Hello, welcome. I was muted, rookie error, especially right at the beginning of the sprint, um, because I was listening to music while I was waiting for the sprints to start. I've just realized that my microphone is not the one that it's supposed to be. So let's see if I can fix that, which that's not going to fix it. And my patrons didn't even tell me yesterday. How rude. Right, my light's on. I can't even remember which one it's supposed to be. I might leave it until Curtis gets back from the shop so that he can figure it out. And then we'll get some better audio quality back in here, because it's funny as well, because I've been sat here for quite some time just chilling by myself, drinking coffee, staring at the screen. And as soon as I press live is the time when I decide to actually investigate my technology. What about this one? Oh, that's better, isn't it? Is that the right one? It says internal microphone, and I'm like, that's not right. But is that better? Let me know. Hey, guys. I will be able to get through everybody's comments today because there's going to be so many of you. But welcome to Sprints. I am finishing my coffee because I woke up a little bit late today. I haven't been sleeping very well. But good morning, you beautiful, beautiful people. Hello to Ro. Enjoy your cleaning. That sounds horrible, rather you than me. You pop into sprints all the time. It is absolutely fine. Oh, we have, right, 1 minute. Let me just fix this. There we go. Oh, there you go.
Hi.
Hi.
Still haven't eaten my breakfast, so I'm going to go do that in a minute, but I wanted to actually show my face. Hello.
Did you make your breakfast? Because there's nothing worse than cold toast. Oh, no.
It's fine. Do you know what? It'll go with the rest of the morning that I have been having, so we're fine. You look way more put together than me as well. You look like a whole human, and I look like I've been scraped out of a bog.
Whole human is still pending because I'm not coffee. But no, I only woke up at 8:30 because I haven't been sleeping very well. And then I took Brew for a walk, had breakfast, got ready really quickly, and then made coffee.
Is it still jet lag?
I decide that the perfect time of day to update myself on what's happening with the riots is like 11 p.m. And then I just think about it for hours, and I'm like,
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. That I understand.
And I did sprints last night with my patrons, and I was like, we're not going to look at riots before bedtime today. And then just as I was just updating Goodreads and stuff, and like doing my like pre-bedtime spreadsheet stuff, because you know how I be, very relaxing. And I looked over, and Curtis was looking at riot stuff on Twitter, and I was like, oh, I'll look at stuff then. And
Stop. Honestly though, the doing things right before you go to sleep and expecting it still to be totally fine to go to sleep thing is the biggest mood that you could ever have mooded.
I also forget as well that if I do sprints till late, like I need an hour, because I've been staring at a screen, like I need an hour until my brain feels like it's ready to sleep.
But also it's that thing where you've been talking to people and stuff, right? So it's like your brain needs a little while to like disengage from being a person. You've been very sprinty recently as well. Like you've been every day sprinting, man.
It is by accident. It's because so I had to do sprints last week because I do weekly sprints on Patreon. Just like a little plug, like if you want weekly sprints, I'm on Patreon. So I do my weekly sprints on Patreon, but because I was jet lagged, like I only managed to get to those on Sunday. And then my period starts on Thursday, so I want to get all of my live shows out of the way before then. And then for public sprints, if I do them, I always do them on Tuesday.
Fair. I mean, could never be me, but fair.
It's pretty chill, actually. Normally, I feel like today is going to be the worst today. You're going to get like the fatigue, like the sprint fatigue me.
I can't have sprint fatigue today because my weekly sprints for Patreon are tomorrow. So that's that. Then I get to stop. Then it's our weekend. which sucks to be you because you've still got like 2 days before your weekend. 3 days? I don't know what days are. 3 days? Yeah.
3 days. And I have a lot of work to do. But it's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I should be instead of reading with you, I should be editing the vlog to go up tomorrow, but hey ho, living life on the edge. It'll be fine.
I did mine yesterday. My San Diego vlog is over an hour, and I raw dogged the entire thing. I did it all at once.
That'd be painful, man.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be real painful. I'll be listening to the end of this one. This one.
Mm-hmm.
This one. I know how that works after 10 years on the internet. This one. And finishing the twists on Jill's blanket because I finally finished the body of it yesterday and I never want to see it again. Like I never ever want to see it again. I want it to look how like I need like matchsticks for my eyes. I never want to see it again. I've got to the point where I'm just like, burn it, get it out of my house. So I'm going to finish the twists on sprints.
Is it the one that you sent me a picture of? Is that Jill's?
Yeah. Like, get it off my hooks. I'm over it now. Also, this bag, which is like my project bag, has an excessive amount of brie in it. I opened it up and there was like a flurry of brie and I was like, go. Every ball of yarn she thought was a brie ball, you see, which makes perfect sense, but it was not in fact a brie ball.
I just looked and my cross stitch was in the bin because it's fallen off the shelf, so cool.
It put itself in the right place.
It did.
Right. Yeah.
I agree. I also really like the cover of Bless Your Heart.
Yeah, we discussed this whenever. Here we go. It be done. Yeah. But I don't know where the twists are now. I want to go in the bin. There we go. So we're now on the actual twists instead of just all these depressing ends. But
instead of them just being, how do you get them to like stay together?
So first thing you do is tie a knot because basically it's just two like loose ends in the blanket. So tie them together. Then extra scraps, you poke 2 scraps through and you essentially, I'll show you a small tutorial via WhatsApp is what I will do. But you essentially double over a piece of scrap yarn or 2 pieces of scrap yarn and poke them through and then you pull it all into a little bundle. And once you've twisted it, you take your longest piece and you tie 3 knots at the bottom here. And then you just clip off until your little endy bits are the right size.
Oh, that's
really easy.
It looks very professional.
Thanks. It's really this was my 2:30 a.m. rage. These
I can't cope with you doing things. Like if I'm awake in the middle of the night like I was when I had jet lag, I cried about bread and then watched an episode of TV and then went to sleep. Like I'm not redecorating my house. I'm not crocheting or knitting. Like I'm just not. I'm staring at a wall and then I'm going to bed.
I'd like to say that it's the ADHD life, but I actually just think it's who I am as a person. Like Harry doesn't have ADHD and he indulges in this shit with me. So like, it's not. Yeah, it's just how I'm wired. I'm sorry for who I am.
Even when I used to be like that, Curtis did not indulge. Curtis was like, I'm going to bed. Goodbye.
Now, having spent time with Curtis, I can see that happening in real time.
Yeah. Like when back in the days, like, do you remember the good old days of 2020 and 2021? When I was working till like 2 a.m. No, Curtis was in bed.
Yep. I mean, more power to Curtis because he did the right thing. we're the lunatics. Before I forget this cover, there's an alternative American cover for it, and it is hideous.
I'm pretty sure I just saw it because I've obviously just made the banner and I didn't think I hated it.
It looks like the Finlay Donovan covers. They're just it does not give what this book is. It gives nothing of what this book is like.
I get it actually because at a distance it looks fine, but then when you look at the more you look at it, the worse it gets.
Yeah, it's giving like 90s Janet Ivanovich cover, and I'm not here for it. However, we did have somebody in the chat, because I was ranting about it so much, we did have somebody in the chat on our Sunday sprints for Battleathon who said that they work for the publishing house and they will not be changing to the US covers. They will be keeping these because this is apparently going to be a series, which I'm very delighted about.
What is it? What is it about?
It's basically Southern Gothic. It's 3 generations of women who run a funeral home, and they've done it in this small southern town for like a really, really long time. And then one of their the parishioners from their local church sits up on the slab, and they're like, "Oh crap, vampires are back." And they have to show the young teenage girl who knows nothing about this because it's never happened in her lifetime that they are the people who stop the town from falling to rack and ruin whenever this happens periodically throughout the years. It's really good. Tone? 1 foot in urban fantasy. 1 foot in sarcastic female protagonist paranormal.
Not for me then.
I don't think it's. Have you read any T. Kingfisher yet?
Yes, I read the fairy tale one.
Oh, why did you do that? Read the horror ones.
Okay. I didn't have a choice.
Okay, fair dues. Fair dues. I'm still judging you, but fair dues. It's kind of T. Kingfisher-y in tone, but like her horror ones, it reads very like the protagonist in like Hollow Places or the Twisted Ones, like quite sarcastic, quite over the world. A lot of things have gone wrong in these women's lives. They take no shit really, but it does feel kind of like I don't know if it would work for you because it sits in that like urban fantasy bubble of the same kind of protagonists like Patricia Briggs, like Ilona Andrews, that kind of thing. So I don't know. Yeah, you can always sample it when you're here. You can.
Well, when you said that it was Southern Gothic, I was like, "Tell me more," and then you said it's like paranormal, and I was like, "Tell me less."
Yeah, like say less, but no, I actually mean it.
Because when I asked about the tone, I was wondering if it was going to go into like a more like quirky, fun paranormal vibe. Like I can't think of an example right now, which is what I was worried about. And then you went like, no, it's urban fantasy vibe, and I was like, yeah, no, that's worse. That's worse.
Yes. No, I think the cover, the other cover, is like giving very like quirky, cozy mystery thing. And actually, I think that's the last vlog update that I filmed in your house was me ranting about the fact, and I also ranted on Sunday, so I'm not going to do it again here. But that like everything that doesn't have immediate high stakes is like labeled as cozy right now in every genre ever, and I'm freaking over it because if I'd have seen this with the other cover and read like cozy paranormal or whatever, I would have been like yeet. But I'm absolutely loving this, and there's tons of gore. There's nothing cozy about it, but it's labeled as cozy everywhere, and it's driving me mad.
Wild.
Yeah, I did see Brie doing a spinny spin. Boo. Where's my baby?
Bye-bye.
Hi. Oh, I miss her so much.
She is good. She's going to sleep with a ball.
Say that again?
She keeps going to sleep with her ball.
Oh, at least it's not the yellow one. I feel like that's you know how like when people have small children and for birthdays relatives give them the most obnoxiously loud noisy toy ever. I feel like that was what I did when I left that yellow ball in your house.
I have no idea where it is now. Curtis might have like yeeted it into oblivion.
Just over it. It's not happening.
I think it's under the couch, but if it's under the couch, normally she'll remember it's there at some point and try and get at it, and she hasn't. And her outside ball is actually under there right now. So
this was how she started going upstairs for us primarily, was because she tantrumed because both of her balls were under the couch, and both of us were like, nah, mate, this is like time 15, we're not getting it. And she took herself off in a huff, and that's how she ended up upstairs.
When I was making dinner, so yesterday I worked out early because I was doing sprints, got a shower mid-dinner, and when I was getting changed after my shower, I left my bedroom door open. So I came down to start making dinner, and I could hear this like a rattle in the living room, and I was like, I heard it like 4 times, and I was like, no, that's suspicious. She'd been upstairs into my bedroom and brought my dragon down, you know, the stuffed dragon that I got, and I was like, but the rattling sound was the tags. And she was, like, smacking it against things, but she didn't there's no teeth marks in it, it was just a bit soggy. So she just brought it upstairs and was, like, throwing it around.
Yeah, when that bit dries, it'll just be a tiny bit crunchier than the rest. It'll be
Look at her.
She's so precious. But she has once before been in your bedroom, because that's how I discovered she would come upstairs when, like, there was a person upstairs, because she'd only done it before when we were both solidly on the couch. And if we had gone upstairs, you could do as much teasing as you wanted, and she was just sitting at the bottom, like. But yeah, I was up putting makeup on and felt rather than heard the presence, and she knew she wasn't meant to be in there, because she had snuck in and was like poking around the bed like, hi friend.
Baby.
She's the cutest.
She's been on my bed. I don't think she can get up. She's too small.
I mean, she definitely, yeah, that was the only time she was in there when we were there. I mean, she can get on the guest bed, but I think your bed might be asking her a bit much, because that's
it's very tall. Because when that was my bed, the guest bed, she's been on there before, and she keeps going up now and just chilling. I need to put the bedding back on it, because otherwise, like, the mattress is gonna smell like toes.
Poor Hamilton, though, like, seriously, because now there's nowhere that's safe.
It's your fault.
It is entirely my fault. Send Hamilton to Harry, he'll be happy.
Yeah, that's fair. I opened just before I started sprints. He came, like, he saw me in the window and started walking towards the door. So I opened the door and he just stood there on the other side of the net staring at me. And I was like, "What the fuck do you want?" And I was like, "Fine then," and just shut the door.
So rude. Puppy.
I'm going to roll for our first sprint. If y'all don't know what dice sprints are, I will roll to. You can tell that I've not been up long because I don't have a voice yet.
Look at me. I look like I've crawled out of this book. Like, I look like I've crawled from the grave. You're fine.
So I will roll 2 6-sided dice. Each dot represents 5 minutes. That will be how long that we sprint for. And then if we roll a double in any sprint, aside from the first sprint or the first sprint that you join, you have to switch books. So do you have a switch book? I'm going to work.
You dragged me for it. So yeah. You recently dragged me for it.
Yeah, good. Good.
Yeah, you recently called me a coward. So you're definitely waiting for a double to be rolled.
Yes, I am. Well, no, because then I have to work. I've got a video to proof. I've got Vinted things to post. I have more books to list on Vinted.
So see, it's a toss-up. It's torture me and also torture yourself, or be nice to both of us. So, well, your spite went out.
I do like that good old sense of accomplishment, though, that I get from doing things. I just don't like to relate at the moment. This vlog as well needs a bunch of links added into it, and it's also over an hour long, and I just can't quite be bothered.
That's so fair. That's so.
I'm also, if I manage to do all of that and we're still rolling doubles, which would be insane, I am also listening to Waking Gods, and I have Dreamlight Valley that I can play while I do that.
Okay. Well, during the first sprint, I will go and munch my toast, but then I'll come back and actually do stuff. Congratulations! Like, we read that at the same time. Yay! That's amazing.
Not bad for a first sprint. We have rolled. I changed my dice to red as well.
Yeah, you changed your dice after I used them to do the Bookopoly TBR, and then didn't realize until editing that every time I held them up, the sun was like streaming through the window, so the dots just disappeared. And I'm like, believe me, I'm not cheating.
That's some of the worst ones to see. I had the yellow and pink ones. So that's 40 minutes because it is an 8, and 8 times 5 is 40. I had to think that. I'm like, is it?
Yeah, I wouldn't have been any help in that regard, even when I don't look like this. So
I'm good at the mental maths.
Yeah, I am not. That's why I keep you.
And on that note, we will see you all in 40 minutes.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello. How did you get on?
I think I read 32 pages.
Nice. Are you enjoying it? I don't think I asked you anything about this before.
I am enjoying this. I did not enjoy the 2 novellas I had to read to be able to read this book.
I see. Yeah. And were they actual novella length, or were they indie novella length, which is basically like a short novel?
They were actual novella length, so they were like 90 pages each, but I rated them 3 stars each, but essentially they're like a prologue. I'm assuming that they were written because obviously when it comes to indie publishing, the bigger the book is, the more it costs them to produce, and they have a link on Amazon to how much. So I'm assuming that's why the novellas and not just part of the book.
Yep.
But yeah, it's like, I don't know, like I just wasn't interested in anything happening in the novellas, even though it is the backstory. Essentially, it's an enemies to lovers story, so the novellas are why they hate each other.
You would have thought that would have just been like woven into the main book.
It starts, so there's one called the Scepter, which is the female's perspective, she's a witch, and then there's one called the Sword, which is the male's perspective, who's a prince of the High Fae. Okay. So essentially there's a war between the witches and the Fae. So the Scepter starts with her family being killed, and she lives in like this sheltered environment. They're like a neutral coven of witches that don't understand what's happening in the world around them very much. So she then has to flee this, and she's upset. And then you switch to the Sword, which is the Fae's perspective, and they hate the witches because the witches have put a curse on them that means that they can't bear any children. The land is also dying because the witches aren't nurturing it, and so they have no food. So then it takes place. So like if we call the Scepter Day 0, even though it isn't, there's then a 200-year time jump in the Sword.
Okay.
So all of this stuff has happened over the last 200 years, and then you start here where, because she's been running from her fate, she comes back to the land that she's from, and they meet up for the first time knowing that they're fated but hating each other because one's a fae and one's a witch.
I still kind of feel like all of that could have been, instead of like 2 exposition-y novellas, all of that could have found a way into the main book in a way where like you get, you know, like an extra side character who doesn't know what's going on, and so there's a bit of exposition, or you know, like that kind of stuff, rather than just being 2 full novellas full of stuff. It's like, you need to know this, but actually, like, I just want them to look at each other with hateful eyes so that later on they won't. Like that.
This is what I've heard about this as well. All I knew going into it is that it was fated mates, enemies to lovers, and super slow burn. I'm pretty sure that it is slow burn to the point where there's no romance in this first book.
Is Debris also the author who recently had a bunch of drama happen because a book was promised to come out and it was pushed back with no explanation?
Yeah, it's the sequel to this, so it wasn't pushed back by much. It was like maybe a week or something, but she didn't tell anyone what was happening. Because I know I've had it with like Kelsey's books before, where she's like had done a last minute round of edits and then uploaded it, and then it hasn't been able to release on time because Amazon hasn't processed it quick enough.
Yeah,
there was like no communication as to why it was late when it was coming. And then also I found out from my patrons last night that it's also horrifically edited.
Oh,
the second half of it has stuff like, it says magic sauce, like mayonnaise, instead of magic sauce, like the sauce of magic.
Oh no. Damn. I also, the only reason I know about this is because well, Aaron being salty for a start, but also that I saw something about some people had actually like flown out to do like a release party thing with each other and were waiting for news about when it dropped, and it was just like, it's not. And I was like, ooh.
I do feel like, not that it's on them, but that's extra as fuck.
Oh yeah,
So
most definitely. Most definitely. And like I could see that for maybe the last book in, I don't know, like the last ever book that Brandon Sanderson brings out in the Cosmere, or the last like Realm of the Elderlings books or something, but it feels pretty random for a fantasy romance that's not like, you know, the world's most beloved series. But I suppose I've done weird things for books that I like before, so
I think I did notice something in I think it was one of the novellas. Instead of idle conversation, as in like lazy, it's
yeah.
idle as in like worship.
Oh no.
Yeah. And it's just like stuff like that, which is easily confused. Like I do it sometimes, like where I'll just say a word that sounds like a word, which wasn't the word that I meant, and it just comes out. But
I
yeah.
posted a post friends rant when I came back home after being at yours and saw the state of the pets that had left the house in. And I said wonton, as in a wonton, as in the thing that you eat, instead of wanton. And I was like, oh, is it like want and disregard? And I was like, oh. Kirsty messaged me and she was like, I'm pretty sure you didn't mean food, girl. And I was like, shut up.
There's one that always like everyone, what is it? I can't write. So you know if you say bear with me,
Yeah.
how do you spell bear? Because I feel like the way that everyone else spells it is not the way that I spell it, and I think that everyone else is wrong.
Oh, I would do BEAR with me.
Me too, but everyone else was BARE, and I'm like, no, because
Oh,
bearing with me is to bear, it is to carry.
yeah.
And that is BEAR. BEAR.
Oh, I've
Is like
never
every time
thought
I see
about that.
somebody say it, I see it as BARE, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Like in the like the meaning of the word in the context of the sentence, bear as in BEAR makes so much more sense.
Yeah. Have we Googled this? Is this like a conventional English thing, or is this a thing that we're all collectively screwing up? Because like I feel like the internet will settle this argument for us. We are not the only one who's ever had this argument, I am sure.
It's BEAR. Yeah, because while bear can be used as a verb meaning uncover, as a BARE can be used as a verb meaning uncover, it doesn't make sense in this phrase. It pisses me off every time because so many people do it as well. And I'm like, no.
I
Bear
also
is not the animal. To bear something is to carry something, like to bear a
yeah.
load. BE.
Like if you are a sword bearer, it's spelled like this. It wouldn't be, if you were a sword bearer, you would be a very different kind of exhibitionist.
Oh
You
my
know
god, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No. No. Oh my god.
I don't know why it would be bear, but I see so many people and like so many, you know, like how some sentences are in like people's vocabulary, so they'll say bear
Yeah.
all the time. So I see the same people spelling it the same way over and over and over again, and I'm like, it's not right.
Oh, I said something in a video as well. Kirsty also pulled me up about that. I said something in a video and she went, girl, is this a word that you have never heard said out loud before and you just assumed, or did you misspeak? And I was like, I don't even remember saying that word. Like, leave me alone.
I do say stuff all the time in videos, like it really pisses me off when I only catch something in editing. Like I said, I held up the vanished birds, which I know is called the vanished birds, and I said the vanished words, and I was like, well, I can't even edit that out. I'm just gonna have to sound like an idiot.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do about that.
For me, it's swapping authors' names. Like if there's authors who have similar names, and I like one of these is very much not like the other girl. Like one of these is very much not the same genre of author, and I do that all the time. And I'm just forced to, what the hell is this? I'm just forced to like put a little thing on the screen like asterisk. I'm dumb.
They're not right.
They're not though, because Bear,
Sense.
Gail, I will ban you from Patreon. BARE doesn't make sense.
Because bear means to like expose. Bear
Yeah.
means to hold. So bear with me means
Hold
wait,
on a second.
and that means
Yeah.
hold on. Like, not.
The other one is like bare your soul.
I'm trying to think, like, I forgot that was going to say.
Rude.
Like, I can't think of, like, how linguistically, like, what would that translate to if it was B-A-R-E?
What do you mean?
Like, if it was B-A-R-E, like, what would that mean?
Oh, like bear with me. Well, the only other version of bear other than being naked is to like bare your soul. So
Mm.
like bear with me, like be vulnerable with me, I guess. But
Yeah,
that still wouldn't that doesn't mean hold on a minute, which is what bear with me means.
yeah, 'cause bear is I mean, linguistically, it doesn't make it 'cause it's a saying, it doesn't literally make sense because it's like,
Yeah.
hold with me." Like,
Well, I don't know though. It might have been because like hold was wait in Old English. So like
and then also, like, people used to use the word bear more, like sword bearers and
yeah.
to bear.
Also, you would use the word hold for like hold fast. Like these are hold has always meant like wait. So that makes bear and hold are the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Again, like a different kind of sword bearer.
Naked with me. I can feel you can say, like, "Things are bare," that's, like, UK slang.
Say that again. Sorry, I was reading Sarah's comment and I was like, yes.
Um, I know I'm reading Sarah's comment and I've lost my train of thought. You like, bear is a UK slang, and I'm pretty sure that's B-A-R-E.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to put it in a sentence without sounding common as fuck.
I don't think there is a way to do that. Like,
Yeah, no, there isn't, but I'm trying to think, what does that mean? Bear that means, like, because somebody said bear also means simple basic, and I feel like that's the slang, but, like, it's
yeah.
good, like, bear well, bear means a lot, doesn't it? Or, like, really?
I love how you really talked yourself into a hole with this one, and you're like,
I
that's
like
like when you look at a word on a page for too long and it loses all of its meaning and
there
becomes a
we go.
pointless thing.
Sarah's come through, that's basic.
We love Sarah.
I wanted to say, like, that's bare bants, but I'm like, I don't like the alliteration of that sentence.
We're showing our roots today, girl.
But I'm trying to think of how we got there. Like, I know what bear means, but I'm like, how did we get there linguistically? You know? Because I was gonna say that I feel like bear could end up
Oh,
involving, like, it's something that I could very clearly see being Gen Z slang for, like,
and
be vulnerable with me. You know what I mean?
according to this, in UK slang, the word bear can mean a lot of or many. So, like, there were bear people waiting to get in. Like, it means
Yeah,
like very or really or yeah,
a lot.
yeah, a lot. Which is I feel like that's less used in Scotland, so I feel like that's more like an English slang than it is here. I'm trying to think what we would say instead. I can't
Oh,
think of what we would use instead. Language class with Becca.
okay, so
Oh,
this is a point, and forbear means to wait, but if you type forbear spelt like this into Google, it only comes up with forbear spelt with bear as B-E-A-R.
BEAR. Yeah, that's
Not
to
work.
me. That's like a typo. What am I saying? Like it's spelling. Sorry, Gail. We're not trying to drag you, but for bear also does mean patience, which doesn't. And I mean, have
That would
patience
kind
with
of
me.
go with, like, bear with me.
Yeah.
Wait. But yeah, if I even Googled forbear or forbear, and it only comes up forbear as in rar. Not forbear as in naked.
For bear as in the fuzzy queer gentleman.
Yes, bear left. I was like, what where are you going with this, Cara? With the bears? Like, why is the bear on the left? That's it.
Cara's fully pulling out that, like, you know, when you're learning a language and it's like, right, use this in a sentence.
Oh,
Prove
we
you
say it
know
was
this.
coaching with people.
Oh yeah, we would say it was Hochin. We would.
I am.
Yeah.
It hurts my head. It hurts my head.
Because Oh, Brandy, I love Gail. We do love Gail, but like dragging Gail and Gail dragging us back as an Olympic sport on our Patreon. So
Forbearance, yeah.
yes, I love as yours like forbear. This is.
I think, does it? I feel.
Oh.
Yes, forbearers.
Yeah, and bearer in that term, if you were going to like bear a child, it would be bear, right?
Yep.
Because the other one would be creepy.
Yes, that is the point. Basically, some very basic spelling errors weren't caught with the book. Somebody did say, which I don't know if I said it, like highlighted the comment, but somebody said that she may be audio recorded, voice recorded the end of the book.
Oh yeah, like a screen record type thing.
But
Like
I'm
a
like,
screen
why would you
record
do that?
issue. Or do you mean like she dictated it?
Yeah, like she
And
just
oh,
voiced
I see. Right.
well, which is why it would potentially catch like words that sound like words.
And yet that is still what editors are for.
Well, true. Also, I don't understand how you can do that, because if I was writing something and having it, doing it through audio, then it would be full of like ums and pauses, and that just seems harder than
Yeah.
writing.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand that it's an accessibility tool. So like I know that Jen uses it so that she doesn't have to type when she's writing, and it's easier on her eyes to not stare at screens constantly. So I know that like screen reading can be an accessibility tool, but I feel like it would be a massive learning curve.
You would also then have editors, like you would need editors in that instance, in which case then you wouldn't have all of this.
Yeah. I also feel like it's like doing like a text speech to text thing would be so much harder when you're writing in a fantasy world. Imagine writing face smut and then seeing the typos that would come back from face smut. I want to see that now.
Because then you would have to have an editor if you were writing that way, so that there's even less excuse for the things, because then an editor would have to heavily comb through it to make it right and like full sentences and stuff.
And I understand with like indie published stuff that it's harder in terms of editing because you're paying for the service, but I am absolutely sure that when you're like at JBree's level of indie publishing, that there are fans who would be happy to beta read for you. In exchange for, you know, like merch or like an early copy or something like that, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of, when I read, because people were saying, like my patrons were saying last night about this book, like there's some sentences where you have to rearrange words to make the sentence make sense. The copy that I read of the Poppy War was like that.
Oh, damn.
So I read the first edition of the Poppy War, and the sentences that don't make sense where like she's started writing a sentence one way and then changed her mind and started writing it another way, and both ways have been in. So it could be like what she called it could be like Rin went to the shop and she bought some bread, and then Rin needed bread, so she went to the shop, and it would say like,
oh god,
buy bread, she went to the shop.
No. The worst case of that I've ever found, you guys know that I read a lot of true crime, and it was a book about Parkland and obviously like the school shootings, and it was from both like survivors, kids who'd been in other school shootings as well, survivors, and also like parents. So these are people who don't write for a living in any way, so their stuff is going to need to be edited. And it was horrendous. Like there were repeated words, you know, like and the everywhere, just like everywhere, like every second page there was at least two of those. There were like that where sentences were just, the construction just didn't make sense. Like sentence, you could understand what they were trying to say, but there are people who don't write who are writing. And I was just like, for it to be such an important book and such an important subject, it's not like it's fantasy romance, it's actually like people's lives. You would think that they would have taken more care over the editing, and the reviews on that book are now horrendous, which is so sad because like those people trusted the people who were like putting that book together with their stories and stuff, and I'm just like,
I think
come
it
on,
doesn't help as well in terms of fantasy romance because a lot of them are being traditionally published now, but like
yeah,
the speed with which fantasy romance is typically published is authors will publish like a series in a year. But
yeah,
like I've already said that I don't like that it's being traditionally published because the publishers are now capitalizing on all of the work that the indie authors have done in the past themselves.
yep,
They're publishing these books without editing them at all,
yep.
which I know definitely happened in the case of Fortuna Swan. It wasn't even the correct draft of Fortuna Swan that was published.
Oh,
And in terms of like, not Jay Bree because Jay Bree is still indie, but like the only real benefit I see that you're getting if you're a self-published author that is now being traditionally published is like an editor, a professional editor. So
yeah,
like,
and I guess slightly bigger distribution. Like, I guess you're
oh
getting
yeah.
the marketing budget from whatever publisher, but like,
But in terms of like the work that's done for
yeah,
you that you typically would have had to do in the past, like you're supposed to get like an amazing editor because it's a
yeah.
professional editor employed by a publishing house, and they're
Mhm.
not even getting that.
Oh, when I read the Arc of Honeyuk, she used present tense for things that had happened in the past. God.
She did have months to do this though, because it was way back in like April.
Oh,
She had at least a month to do this because
what was?
it's called Throne of Honor and Blood, I think, and it was called Throne of Blood and Honor, which is a right wing UK political group, I think,
Ah, okay.
or the other way around. I don't actually know.
And I mean, again, I guess that's due diligence and like Googling your stuff. But I also don't know if I would have assumed that there would have been another group with that name.
Blood and Honor is a neo-Nazi music promotion network and right-wing extremist political group in the UK.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if they're using AI as part of editing, because that would lead to more mistakes. That's also true.
Where was that comment? Oh, I just read The Undertaking of Heart and Mercy actually, and I really enjoyed it. And it says in the dust flap that it's inspired by You've Got Mail, and then the sequel Sleepless in Seattle.
I really love the cover of Undertaking of Heart and Mercy. Like,
it's good. It's like that is an example of goofy paranormal romance.
Okay. But you liked it?
I did, even though the world building really fucked with my head.
So, was that the one where there were like things underwater, or like there were
like the horses have webbed feet, and the cars are called aqueducts, even though there's no the amount of water in the world is the same amount that we have in our world. So like my car doesn't have the ability to drive on water because most of the time I'm not driving
really?
on water. I mean, it might.
Babe, your car doesn't have the ability to do much at this point.
That is true, but we don't make our cars to drive on water in the off chance that we may want to, because we could just drive on the road. It's not a necessity to drive on water. Oh, it does. I'm pretty sure it says on my US copy, or maybe it's the Goodreads page. I have definitely read that though, because I know that the sequel, like it's a thing, because on the sequel, Sleepless in Seattle. I have not, but it could be a fun video idea because my car's a piece of shit anyway, so that would be fine.
But now you've tried the car of your dreams. When you and Harry were out driving, Curtis literally, when he came in and he was like, "Where did they go?" And I was like, "Oh, they're out playing in the car." And he went, "Oh, please, like, will you buy a new car?" And I was like, "For Curtis."
Yeah, I don't want to buy a new car though, because Curtis won't let me drive anywhere because he doesn't like my car. But then that implies that when I get a new car that's better than his, he won't want to drive anywhere.
Oh, so you want to be a passenger princess?
Well, it's more that I have been forced to be a passenger princess for many years because he won't be a passenger in my car, that I am then not being the driver for him because he's decided he then wants me to drive everywhere.
Oh my God. The levels of Taurus stubbornness that you just articulated there were off the charts. And that's a very good point, Sarah.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Yeah, you are. I'm not gonna lie, just as we came on sprints, I sent Kirsty a screenshot of you and I was like, Becca looks like this and I look like I've been scraped out of the grave. So you just keep getting down with your bad self there while I sit here with my puffy no sleep eyes and
I don't
straight
know if
back
this makes it better or worse, but it took me 5 minutes to do my makeup because I literally only have blush, mascara, and eyebrows on, and I straightened my hair, and that's it.
It does not. It does not. Thanks, but it does not.
Okay, I'm rolling for our next sprint.
Okay. Oh my god, get a car with a seat memory, and when you adjust your seats, you can adjust it back. Shitty, I like it.
Okay, that is another 8, so we're going for
nice
again.
Cool.
He won't be driving my car, that's for sure.
I'm not even going to insure him on that car.
To be fair, we both have third-party insurance to drive each other's cars, but I won't drive his car because it's an automatic, and it's also obscenely low compared to mine. But everyone's like, why don't you sell one of your cars and just share a car? And I'm like, because
no,
I want my own car. I want my own car.
Yeah, fully that. Absolutely not. Sometimes I want to take myself at midnight to a location that Harry might not want to go to because he's asleep.
And on Father's Day, he goes to his parents, and he goes to his dad's, and I go to my dad's, and they live both of them live about 25 minutes away from us and 25 minutes away from each other. So yeah, I'm not going seeing his family.
But also, there's what happens in an emergency situation, and what happens if one of the car breaks down, and it's just inconvenient, man. If you can't have two.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. My car costs nothing because it's a piece of shit. So it cost me £200 in insurance. The cost of the £100 in tax. So I have a car for less than £500 a year, probably including petrol because I don't use it very much.
Because it's a piece of shit.
I love it. It's my first car, and I love her, but she's dead. She's dead.
She should be in the retirement home.
I've got a nail appointment on Thursday, and I haven't turned it on in 3 weeks. So we'll see what happens. Normally, she's very reliable, though. I usually don't have any issues. In case occasionally your battery runs flat, and it's normally at the worst. That's happened.
Not gonna lie, when we came back from yours, I was like, I haven't turned my car on since the night that I broke my ankle, so I should probably do that. And I was definitely playing chicken with it because the central locking did not unlock, but it did turn on. So I did a little drive, so at least I drove on the ankle. But I was like, we must drive around the block so that it charges the battery.
And then there's also times, so for work, Curtis has to go to the post office and he goes to the sorting office every day. But occasionally I go to a gig in Manchester by myself, and how's he going to take his post?
How's he going to take
I also don't want him driving my car. I don't like how he drives. He doesn't like how I drive either, but...
Oh, controversial. He doesn't get an opinion if he drives an automatic.
Well, true. There is that. That is also an issue. I won't drive an automatic. He will only drive an automatic. There's no compromising on that.
Harry's got to the middle-aged part now where he's like, I really want an automatic car for as in my car, an automatic, and his car, obviously, because he teaches people it can't just be an automatic. And I'm like, no, absolutely not.
Leaving my car at my sister's and brother's-in-law's for 2 months, and I better not come back to a flat battery. Plus,
make them turn it on for you.
Curtis's car is a hybrid, and his battery does run flat pretty frequently. Mainly, I think, because he'll do something to leave a light on inside or something.
Yeah.
So if I don't have a car, how's he going to jumpstart it?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. You have to ask wee Nigel next door.
Yeah.
To annoy wee Nigel. Unacceptable.
No, it's because I'm not used to an automatic, but I panic because I'm like, there's something I should be doing here. I saw somebody, because everyone in the US drives automatic cars. I saw one of our Uber drivers was sat with her leg crossed under her because she only needs a right foot, and I was like, oh my
God. No. But also, I kind of worry that I know that automatic cars will become more normal over here with electric cars and shit like that. So I know that it's going to be a thing. But I kind of, if you can drive a manual, you can drive both. But if you can drive an automatic, you can only drive an automatic. You know, like if you learn with an automatic and get used to it, I'm worried I like lose the skills, and I'm like, no.
See, this is why I said Curtis isn't going to drive my car, because he drives an automatic, when he uses the clutch, it makes me shudder.
Oh no.
Sexy way, that's
No. That makes me really sad.
Oh.
Oh
My
my
dad
God.
did he got an automatic, and I was like, you betrayed me.
I had a neighbour ask me to jumpstart their car. It was an SUV, and I have a little Twingo, so my car wouldn't jump. Like, your car looked at it like, oh boy.
Yeah, I don't really drive in traffic. I don't. We don't have traffic. That's something I have out here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like a day of like driving around Edinburgh and stuff like that, my clutch foot is falling off by the end of it. But I would still rather do it.
Yeah.
I'm stubborn, man.
I also don't like that Curtis's car doesn't give me control over the speed that I have, because I control my speed with my gears when I'm driving, and his gears control themselves, and I'm like, I don't like that.
Yeah. No, they're not. No, I'm not a fan. If you can't drive stick or manual, you're not a proper driver. Argue with me on that. Automatic drivers are valid. Oh my God. Oh, bless.
Look, if you want to drive an automatic, that is fine. You do you. I will not be driving an automatic, and
also again,
we will not be sharing a car.
Accessibility purposes and stuff. Harry teaches like Motability, which is people who have disabilities and get automatic cars given to them. And so it teaches them in their car with dual controls still. And so, like, yes, I also understand that automatic cars are needed as like a disability function. But like, while my ankle is now returning to being an actual ankle, manual cars make you feel cool.
See, I am the opposite on this. Like, I don't like automatics for hills because I use my gears to help me with hills. So, but then it's just a different way of driving completely.
It instills the fear in me, though, that I'm like, again, like you say, I've got less control over everything. Is this just our personality types? Are we just control freaks?
Maybe. But like I said, my dad's betrayed me, because he's the one who gave me the impression that if you don't drive a manual, it's not really driving. And then he went and got an automatic, and I'm like, how could you do this?
Telling you, it's a middle-aged move, man. It's like they hit 50 and suddenly they're like, Kim, what? I need this foot for other things.
Yeah, manuals are still pretty dominant, I would say. There is a lot of people drive automatics because we're switching to electric more. You can get a manual electric, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
my dad's work cars are manual electric.
Anyway, on that note,
who knew that we were gonna get into cars?
I mean, that's fair. Right, I'll see you all in 40 minutes.
Bye. If I speak any louder than this, you'll stab me. Can you hear the fan in the background? Is it really annoying?
I can, but like it just sounds like you live next to a motorway with the window open. So like,
You're just you're very cute. I did about half of that sprint reading, and the other half of that sprint saying hi to Harry, and then swearing at things that I hadn't paid yet because I forgot about them, and so I did that instead.
Yeah, I need to pay my bills.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal because I just need to, at the beginning of the month, I just transfer all of the money for all of my bills into the joint account, but I haven't done it. There's money in it, so it's not a big deal, but it does need to be done.
I have like a handful of stuff, like StreamYard and stuff like that obviously doesn't come off the joint bills. And every month I'm like, oh yeah, I need to move money for that. Haha. That's fine.
That kind of stuff just comes out of my account, and every time I see it, I'm like, great, love that.
Oh, was that too loud? Oh, that was too loud. No, that was unacceptable. He's adorable, but again, every single time he comes for cuddles at the end of a sprint. And so he gets all like cuddled up, and when he does that, he wants me to not move or speak or breathe, which is difficult. So
are any of your cats friendly? That sounds like an accusation. But friendly is in like I could like punch Hamilton in the face and he wouldn't do anything about it. Not that I would. But like
if you did that to Esme, she'd eviscerate you. But only like she's friendly. But if you annoyed her just for the sake of annoying her, she would make you two people split down the middle. Yeah. Fitz just gets up and walks away, and McNabb loves to be an idiot, so he would absolutely love it if you punched him in the face. And he would think that would be the best thing ever.
Because like I said when you were here, like sometimes I forget that Hamilton's not a dog and I kiss him and he hates it, but like some cats I would lose my face for that.
Do you know what though? Hamilton's like a very pliable baby for the most part because he just kind of looks at you like, why are you? But he does fart on you quite a lot.
Yeah, that is very aggressive.
Yeah, he does. Like if he doesn't want picked up at that particular point, he will fart and leave as punishment.
I do count 88-page novellas in my reading goals because they are a book that I read.
Yes.
So I do.
Like, not that I do it very often, but if I read a kid's picture book and it has an ISBN, it gets counted. Like,
I don't do it like, you know, some people, like, they'll get to the end of the year and they've got 10 books they need to read and they'll just read 10 comics for the sake of hitting the goal. I don't do that.
No.
Because that feels like for me, as a competitive person, a victory you win by not cheating, but like
if I've organically if I've organically read like comics or like whatever during the year, that counts towards my total. But I wouldn't just like. Also, I hate short books. I hate short books, so I just would not do that to myself. Oh. We have
read three of the 4 books. Actually, I've read 4 books this month. 2 were novellas, 1 was a comic, and 1 was only 300 pages or half of a book that I've read in this month because I started it in July.
Damn.
They all count, but it's like a lot shorter than I typically would have done in a month.
I have read a lot, but not finished any yet so far, which is
that's standard for you though, because you know. I always forget how much you read because you don't vlog consistently, like you don't vlog everything, and I don't want wrap-ups. So all I see is you putting a bunch of books on a TBR, never posting a vlog, and then you're like, yeah, I read like 90 books this month, and I'm like, you read anything? He doesn't even know anything.
That didn't used to be the life. Like I have consistently read more every year since I started tracking it, but the last 2 years I think actually getting the ADHD diagnosis and being like, oh, that's why I'm like this has helped a lot, because the last 2 years I've just been like I'm gonna read it all. Also, just for the record, just as like an accountability update, because I want to stop. Here's where I am, and this is one side. I still have all of this on the other side, and I regret all of my life choices and don't know why I did any of this.
This is why I don't, like, I finish a blanket and I never weave the ends in because it's tedious and I don't want to.
No, oh, no. This is different. End weaving gets done during it, man. Like, then we don't have the depression of the ends at the end. We do the weaving in during it. But tassels, there's no getting away from it because they're just all sitting there and it's only me. Like, nobody else is going to do them. I hate it here. I also have got a really stupid idea, though. I remembered that I had this pattern. Hold on. I remember that I have this pattern and I have one skein of this like variegated yarn left, and I'm like, I could make her a chicken to go with her blanket. So now I'm like, do you think I could also do that by Friday? Maybe
not.
Maybe.
I have investigated this for you, Ashley. I have no idea how Kobos work. I don't know where you get your books from. Because I don't even use a Kindle. I use the Kindle app on my phone and iPad. So you could use the Kindle app. Obviously, it's not the nicest on your eyes, but they are only 90 pages each. You can buy the books on Kindle instead of Kindle Unlimited. I don't know what that means for people who have Kobos. And you can't buy them physically.
The Kindle app can be customized quite a lot, though. Like, you can make it like the background like a sepia color and sepia.
Oh, and yes, you do have to read the prequel novellas. I also asked Aaron this. I said, how essential are they? And she said, very essential. And I said, fuck my life. And
again, I like that we all have our uses to each other, and this is definitely one of Aaron's uses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I have to read this? Oh, Diamond Art. My mom is absolutely obsessed. Like, absolutely obsessed. That's what I got her as a gift for looking after the animals, although, well, but, yeah, absolutely obsessed. Like, I opened that door and created a monster.
Oh, dear. I dip in and out of them. They're not my favourite because of how many bits you need.
Yeah, my mum.
For that, I like couch crafts.
Yes, I am the same. I like to be able to be cuddled up and be cozy. I don't want any, like, it's why I don't paint very often or like make clay stuff very often anymore, because I've got to sit at the messy table and be covered in ick while I do it, and I'm not about that life these days.
Yeah, it's because I sit at my desk all day. Like, I don't want to have to sit here. And also, I've got quite a small desk, and then the kitchen table.
Yeah, you really do.
Option. Well, it's because of the space really that it's in.
Desk. Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, it's like, it's perfectly appointed, but it is also tiny. I was like, my laptop takes up this entire thing.
The microphone makes it worse. I want one of these, you know, like the little ones that stands on the desk. But this is one that Curtis had, then so I didn't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Whereas if I get a new one, I'm going to have to buy a new one.
Yeah, I have a snowball, which I really love, except for the storage ability of them, because obviously they are a round snowball shape, and it is very annoying.
Wild landscapes.
Ooh.
Wild lands. Okay.
Oh.
What's wild landscape? Sounds like a nature.
Yeah, like a rewilding documentary or something. Yeah.
Hello to everybody who's just joined.
Hello. Also, I am trash because I stopped to pay bills and stuff like that at a point where there was a big twist in my book. And now I'm like, but what does this mean?
What does it mean? I don't know how you're not reading Dark Age, because you've been reading that book for months.
Stop.
I have to. So when I get a book like Dark Age, I stress read it. So I don't put it down and forget that it exists. I have to read it as quickly as possible, which is why I could tell you what happens in Nevernight and Godsgrave by J. Kristoff. I can barely tell you what happens in Dark Dawn because I was in such a state of anxiety when I was reading it that I read it as quickly as possible so I knew what was going to happen.
I understand. I think what's actually happened is I don't really think it's the effect of Dark Age itself. I think it's because I read the series like back to back. It was so fast. And so much happens in these, whereas like this year, I'm obviously in my rereading phase this year, and I have reread and or finished like tons and tons of series that I had like one book left in and stuff. So I've reread and then finished them off. But I think when I've been doing that, none of them have had the emotional impact on me that Red Rising has. And I think I actually just genuinely needed a break from the consistency of people dying. Like, I actually think I just needed a brain break, and I feel fine about it now. Now I'm like, let's go. Who's gonna die now? But at the time that I put it down, I was feeling really like like every page is hurting me more than the last page, and I don't want it.
I used to, just going back to Ashley with the thing, I used to have a computer program that did this, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. It was when I used to read on an actual Kindle, so my books had to be the same format, but I would buy them cheaper, put them on my computer, convert them, and then put them on. It's like you have to have like a computer and a wire to stuff like you would old school, like
there is Calibri.
That's the one. And then, because I used to have that at work as well on my computer, because then I could read ebooks at work on my desktop behind my work.
We will make it work, man. We will make that reading life happen.
Also, it was good for NetGalley arcs, because NetGalley arcs were never ever in Kindle format. They were always I nearly said PhDs, but I meant PDFs. So you could convert the PDF to Kindle.
I hate the NetGalley reading experience. I haven't read an arc from NetGalley in years now.
I have spelt it for you in the.
Oh yeah, that also didn't help with my accent, so that could have been anything. That could have been some like a Celtic monument somewhere.
Yeah. I always like, I would never do this because I always worry, like, even when I'm buying diamond paintings, I'm worried that they'll be too pixelated, because it would have to be enormous to be a photo, and that just sort of hurts me. And also, I'm one of those people, it really sucks, because I love doing and I hate having. So, like, I love making Lego sets, but then they just take up so much space. And, like, diamond paintings, like, I love doing them, cross stitches, but I don't want them all over my house.
Yeah, that's fair. I am in a dilemma phase with that as well, because obviously I've got into cross stitching quite a big way, because it's really mindless, and like I don't care, you know, like if you're like 2 stitches out on the design or whatever, I'm quite happy to fudge it, or like, whereas I would never do that with other things.
I can't. Like, no, they have to be perfect.
Oh no, not cross stitch, but this is the thing, because I don't care about them, and I don't particularly, this is going to sound terrible, I obviously like the look of them, but I don't want to like cover my house in them or decorate them or anything like that. So if I was doing a big one, I would absolutely be giving it away as a gift to somebody who likes that. Oh really? Are you really lying on Auntie Jill's blanket? Okay, well, he's being cute, so I'm not gonna. Oh, really? You can't clean your bum on Auntie Jill's blanket.
He's like, yes, I can.
He said, "Look, my leg is."
Looks like he's still holding it. I can see his toes stuck in there.
Oh, the look he just gave me! Like, mother, how dare you on the internet? But yeah, anyway, so like, I'm not a big fan of how crochet looks at the end a lot of the time. How cross stitch looks at the end a lot of the time. So I'm unlikely to put like tons and tons of it in my house. So it doesn't matter to me if it's perfect. But the problem is, am I just buying like endless cross stitch kits now to make them and then do what with them? Like,
see, you're also buying really small ones. I have massive ones that take me years, because then they never end. Because like the small ones like that, I like do them and I'm like, okay. That's why I stopped knitting blankets, because I was knitting a blanket a week and I was like, I don't need these blankets.
Yeah, but what you need to do, well, what you're gonna do, because I'm gonna teach you to crochet. Then you can do like super complicated blanket patterns, and then they will also take you like a freaking year.
But then I'll also just have a shit ton of blanket. Like, I've stopped making. I don't. This this costs like £200 of wool. It's covered in dog hair. You can't put it in the washing machine. It has holes in it because I knit it wrong.
I'm not gonna lie, girl. I do wonder why you went for like a pure wool for a blanket that size. Like,
because
no shade.
In my bedroom, but we hadn't renovated because it's the colours of my bedroom, but we hadn't renovated the bedroom. And now I don't want to hand wash it. It's covered in dog hair, so it can't go in my bedroom.
Okay, so maybe do one more really expensive one, but like there's so many other fibers that you could like crochet and knit with and stuff that would be smaller fibers as well, that wouldn't be like, can you hear that? So his car alarm just went off and it literally sounded like a pterodactyl, but that literally would just be like a much long, like this is mindless and I'm giving it to somebody and that's great, but like these are the tiniest double crochets in the world. This has taken me ages. You could do that, and like then you wouldn't have a house covered in blankets. But also, there is a witchy one in here, in fact, which very much gave me Becca vibes. Please hold.
This is also a dilemma because I love jumpers. I got so many of them. I truly do not need any more. But I love them.
But you do though. Where is it?
I feel like this is, so personally in my family, my dad's hobbies is building and fixing things. So I would disagree with this because my dad's projects are DIY, fixing things that are broken, building new attachments to the house. He didn't complete this project because that's something else that my dad doesn't do, but he bought an old Land Rover and then took it to bits and was supposed to put it back together and never did. So, like, my dad does also do projects.
It doesn't, you're not going to see it properly on camera, but it's like a proper like deep green jewel tone.
As well, does it have like light sleeves?
Does it? No, I think that's just the light hitting it. But like the neckline and everything is so the jumpers that I have seen you in, and I immediately opened it and I was like, okay, yeah, that gives me Becca vibes. Whereas there's another one here that's full of like popcorn stitches in ridiculous colors, where I'm like, yeah, that's me. Like, hold on, I will find it. I am intending on making this for myself, probably in these disgustingly like primary school colors.
I would like that, but I would do it like black with white bubbles. Yeah. I wouldn't have lace stitch in it.
But see that, there you go. Like you could do all of these things. You can also make socks and jumpers for people for Christmas and stuff. Then you don't have to spend money, and you get the joy of doing the craft, and you can just give it away, man.
It's true. Curtis is getting into, I wish Curtis would make more stuff because I just love making things, and Curtis will just like play a game for a bit, but not even like properly, but like he'll play a game for an hour and then the next time he plays a game it'll be a different game.
Oh no, yeah. That
he does, because he's got a Steam Deck, and because like I play a game and I play a game, and he collects like PS2 ROMs of games, plays them for an hour, and then just has them in a library. He just collects them.
No, that upsets me a lot. Like the completionist in me, who in her teens spent hours and hours and hours and hours on the last level of Crash Bandicoot, does not understand that life.
He does. He has done that. Like he has with the remasters of Crash, he was playing those. But he started doing like model making a little bit.
Aww.
So he had like a Yu-Gi-Oh one that he did, and he wants another one. But then also he lost an eye off the Blue Eyes White Dragon one that he did, and then was upset about it. But then Nathaniel fixed it for him, so it's fine.
Oh, I love the way that you're like, and then he lost an eye, and I was like, what? The model. Where are we going with this?
And then he had a full clean out of the attic, and he found the eye.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's only like a tiny, tiny piece of plastic. But yeah, he is. I said to him the other day, I don't know what he was doing, but I was like, my mum used to say, like, shout at me for being heavy-handed all the time, and you are so much worse. Like, you are so much more heavy-handed. Like crashing around everywhere. Oh, what did he do? We were in the airport, and he was going everywhere, like his carry-on bag. So he had a normal carry-on bag, and you get a personal item. His personal item was a carrier bag. And I was like,
that did upset me a lot, I'm not gonna lie. And when he just kept adding carrier bags with different stuff before he left the house, I'm like, please stop.
And he has a toiletry bag, and he used a carrier bag for his toiletries as well. And I'm like, I just can't. I don't know, but it's not my suitcase. It's not my suitcase. But then, you know, sometimes at the airport you get the little tag that says that your bag has to go under your seat and it's like approved for under seat. He got
Yeah.
one of those and I got one for my handbag. He got one for his carrier bag and then he just ripped it in half trying to put it on the carrier bag. And I was like, leave.
No.
He's
How
stressed me out.
he looks like such like a delicate waif like short king. Like how is he how?
Yeah, it was wild.
Getting back to crafts though, Harry's exactly the same. Like he's doing paint by numbers and it's a beautiful cottage one and I'm like, oh my god, that's stunning. We can put that on the wall at the end and he's like, no, I'm gonna put it in the bin. Like I get him a new craft every Christmas to try. He felted a hedgehog. It was stunning. He could have sold it on Etsy, put it in the bin. He's like, I've done it now. And I'm just like, that's not what.
I don't get Curtis to help me with jigsaw puzzles because I'll sit there listening to an audiobook or watching TV and doing my jigsaw and I'm really chill. And Curtis comes and he gives it all of his attention and does it at 100 miles an hour. And I'm like, this is not the vibe. You're
No,
bringing too much kinetic energy to this jigsaw. And
it's not the vibe, but also I hate jigsaws.
Yeah, I know you're not a fan.
Oh, every time you bring them up, like my butthole clenches and I'm just like, I'm getting angry just thinking about it.
I am, just to let the chat know, I am rolling for a sprint because I'm just like, just rolling the dice in my hands. I'm not doing anything with them. So, see, this is pretty normal because I do puzzles. Like, I'll go through a phase and I'll do like 6 puzzles in a month. I don't sell them. Like, if they were like a random one, I'd give them away. But I do specific types.
I was going to say you collect a type though, right?
Yeah, and the crazy cat ones. So I do kind of collect them, but I do just do them and then put them back in the box. And in the past, like my childhood, we would donate puzzles to charity shops and get new ones.
Yeah.
For me, it's weird that people glue puzzles down because I'm like, that would be so many puzzles. That would be wallpaper in my house in puzzles if I glued all my puzzles down.
But also, I suppose it does get back to that whole thing, like, where does it have to have a point? Does, like, your craft have to have a point? Like, I get a lot of serotonin. Oh, okay.
35.
I get a lot of serotonin from finishing things. Like, I love the, like, oh my, once this blanket is finished, I'm going to be euphoric. I'm going to feel like I could potentially make anything in the world. But it doesn't it doesn't have to have a point. And I feel like jigsaws are one of those, like the point is that you make it and then you've made it and that's it. The point is that you had fun doing it.
I think it depends what it is. Like a puzzle, you can take apart a puzzle, put it back in the box, and you can do it again. I can't put and stitch across stitch. So then that has to be a thing that I've made, and I'm not going to throw it away because I made it. Like, I spent hours of my life, like, I'm not going to throw it away. But,
especially
like,
you, because you get very emotionally attached to objects.
Yeah, like, I get sad about puzzles putting them away because I'm like, oh, like, I've done it and now I'm just going to put it away. But that's what puzzles are for. You can do them again.
Cute.
I also love finishing things.
Yes, it is like I love finishing crafts and stuff. Like if it's just a vlog or whatever, I'm like, right, I've edited that, next thing. Like I don't get like a rush from that kind of stuff, but like this stuff, yes.
I don't for videos because they're so endless. Like I can have 5 videos like scheduled and be like, okay, that gives me a week.
Yeah. No.
But,
yeah, no. Yeah, no.
At what time is it? Lunchtime, some might say.
That's a good point, actually. I should probably do something about that.
I don't know what I'm having though. Let me text Curtis.
I have convinced Harry that we can buy a toasty maker, having abused the privilege in your house multiple times.
You use it?
Oh yeah. Did I use it? Did I use it? That was our second block of cheese, girl.
Oh, I really like you left me half a block of cheese because that's just my eating cheese. So like when I want a little nibble, I just cut a slice off and just eat the cheese.
My gift to you.
But it's also terrible because I don't count calories of things that I just take out of the fridge, which is why I don't have a lot of things in the fridge.
Fair.
It's like that little nibble of cheese that I had, it never happened.
No. It just vanished. It doesn't exist anymore.
Right, Curtis gave me, I said dinner and he said heart, so that means it's dinner time. So I'm going to go eat something.
I will probably do that too.
I'll see you all in 35 minutes. Hello.
Oh, what did you have for your lunch?
A chicken toasty. A handful of milk chocolate covered almonds. One piece of watermelon licorice and a caramel Coke.
Nice. I had a cheeky little pasta and sauce.
Cheeky?
Yeah, that's about the ability level that my head has right now for constructing lunch or any other meal.
It's like an instant one, like that.
Yeah, it's like it's the dried pasta and the seasoning, and you just put milk and water in a pan and a little bit of butter if you're feeling nasty, and you just throw it all in together. But that's about the like copeability level of my head right now. So I was like, I will have that, and I have a flat nectarine. So it's like
I love those, but I hate because when I buy them, I want them, but I have to wait until I can eat them because they're not squishy enough.
That was what I was about to say this morning when I went down. They were perfect, and I'm like, okay, I have less than 24 hours to eat 4 of these.
It's vanilla Coke.
Harry tried one when he was down because he's never had a vanilla Coke before. He just loved the idea of them, and he was not a fan.
I love vanilla Coke. It tastes better with sugar, and it's one of those, but
He's a cherry Coke fan, but apparently not vanilla.
I don't mind cherry Coke in a can. I don't like cherry Coke in a bottle because when it goes flat, it tastes horrible.
Fair. Do you know what I did discover, though, while we were down with you? I brought sugar-free iron brew down because I was like, they're never going to have that. So I brought it with me. And discovered that your fridge is about, 4 degrees colder than my fridge is.
Oh, did it freeze it?
What was that?
Did it freeze it?
No, but the reason that I haven't been enjoying like cans from the fridge recently has been because it's not been as cold as your fridge. So we've turned down our fridge and moved everything away from the back, and it has revolutionized my iron brew drinking. So it's now your fault that I've gone through like a lot of those since I got back. But that literally like blew my mind. I was like, what do you mean? Why is it like he handed it to me and I was like, why is it so cold? It's burning my hand.
I don't know if I'm imagining it as well, but the type of fridge that we have makes drinks taste better.
I don't think you're imagining it. I don't
know how that works because it's just cold. It does freeze stuff though. Like I opened a can of Dr. Pepper a couple of weeks ago that had been at the back, and it started fizzing everywhere, and I was like, "What's wrong with it?" Like, and then I was drinking it, and I was like, "It tastes like it has solid things in it, but is it just like the bubbles are especially bubbly?" And then I got halfway through, and I shook it, and I was like, "Yeah, no, it's got ice in it."
I kind of like that. That was a hack. Like you've iced your own Dr. Pepper.
It was good. It was good, apart from the fact that it wouldn't stop fizzing everywhere.
That was the issue, actually, because there is nothing worse than warm iron brew. It's disgusting. It's the worst thing. Like, I don't like flat juice or that anyway, but like warm iron brew is like particularly foul. And so there's like
I mind room temperature iron brew.
Nah, I was like, I would get halfway through a can and then I would be just like, nah, I don't want it anymore because it's not freezing cold. So you fixed that, but ruined everything else.
Sorry. If you feel better, like my vice is fizzy drinks. Now that I've removed all of my other vices, the only vice that I have is fizzy drinks. But I am also aware that they're not great for me, especially they're not good for your teeth. So I only have 2 cans a day. If it's a weekend or a special occasion, or if I have to clean the entire house, then I'm allowed like 3.
I am really sad because the esophagitis means absolutely not to more than 1 can a day, and 1 can a day is pushing it. Like I need to make that 6-pack of cans or that like 8-pack of cans, whatever, last me like more than a week, and it's real sad for me.
I saw in the US they have coconut Dr. Pepper at the minute, but it had sugar in it, so I really wanted to try it, but I couldn't because the drinks having sugar in them. It's not like a health thing. I'm not being like, oh my god, I don't drink sugar. Like I don't like how
I'm the same.
feel in my mouth.
But also, I actually resent it because it's like, how many not that I don't count calories, and this is not like again, like if you love sugary drinks, that is absolutely cool. But for me, I'm like, I would rather get my calories elsewhere.
That is definitely a factor for me because I do count calories in general.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the reason why I won't drink drinks with sugar in. It is because I don't like how they make my mouth feel. And I don't like the aftertaste. I discovered that the only reason people have coffee breath is if you have sugar in your coffee. If you don't have sugar in your coffee, you don't get coffee breath. And I discovered that because I drank shitty coffee somewhere where they didn't have, because I have sweetener, where they didn't have sweetener, and I could taste my own coffee breath. It was so bad, and I was like, sugar. I think it was when I went to Brighton last year and we stayed in a B&B and they had a Nespresso machine, but like the little pod one, but they only had sugar. So I was getting my morning coffee fix, but it was, it's the sugar that gives you.
The more you know, man.
It's just like not great, and I do still eat sugar, but it's actually the way that my mouth feels after I've drank a sugary drink, and my teeth and stuff is the reason why I don't drink sugar. Like, I mean, the calories and sugar is bad for you in general, but it's not a health reason. It's a no. So even the wanting to try the coconut Dr. Pepper is not worth the sugar and the sugar feel. I didn't try it. I did try though, and there is a very entertaining taste test of spiced Coke in my vlog, because that was Coke Zero, so I could have that.
What kind of spices though? Like what?
So it's called Coke Spiced, but if you look at the small print on it, it's raspberry spiced. So it's really funny because they've discontinued Raspberry Pepsi Max, which is why I'm drinking vanilla Coke, because Raspberry Pepsi Max is my favorite drink. So I was like, I don't know how I'm going to feel about this, because like, what does spiced mean? Like, what is spiced Coke?
Yeah, what does that mean?
I read the label, I was like, oh my god, it's raspberry spiced. Of course I'm going to love it. And I drank it with such confidence.
I am going to assume that confidence was misplaced.
Yeah.
No. Mm-mm. I also have a weird thing with like, this goes back to like having to have so many liquid medications and stuff, but I can't, like, you know, if you eat something and you're like, oh, that was not great, but you know, like it's whatever you like swallow and it's gone. But there's something about having liquid in your mouth that tastes foul that just I cannot do. I cannot make myself swallow. So that would have been really bad for me. That would have been more entertaining had it been me than had it been you.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a good time, and you'll see. You will see. They do have some really cool flavors of Dr. Pepper, which I wish I could try, but once again, sugar. Like they have like a cream soda kind of version. And also like they do cherry and vanilla, which you can get actually if you go to the cinema. I think it's View that I go to. They have the machine where you can mix your own drinks, and it doesn't taste the same here as it does. Like I love grape Fanta, but American grape Fanta, not the one we have here, doesn't taste the same. And it's also one of those drinks that does taste better with sugar. Like Vimto without sugar, trash.
And yes, I completely agree with that. Vimto without sugar tastes like drinking chemicals.
Yeah. Dr. Pepper without sugar, trash.
I mean, technically we are kind of drinking chemicals, but the sugar makes it better.
See, I eat lots of unhealthy shit. Like, I will eat chocolate. Well, will I eat chocolate all day? I'm not the worst for eating unhealthy, but like, I always have a little treat. Like, if you're bringing me a cake, I'm eating it. Like,
a little treat.
But like, sugar in my drinks is the one thing that I just can't do. And like I said, it's not health or weight related at all. It's purely because I don't like it. Like, if I had to have coffee at a place where there was only sugar, I would do it because I had no choice.
Yeah.
But my only exception to the rule aside from that is like I have syrups with sugar in. Like if I get a caramel latte, I don't get the sugar-free version.
You are going to be pelotoning the shit out of yourself when you go back home from staying with me, because I'm gonna take you to all the good food places. Go.
I eat normally at home, so I can eat whatever the fuck I want when I go out. So I will.
I like that as well. Where we're like, I eat normally, whatever that is at home.
Yeah, strawberry does not appeal to me.
Strawberry. Oh, they've brought. I must admit, they brought out like a ton of Iron Brew that has all sorts of rude. That has all sorts of weird like concoctions in it, and I am not pleased. Like there was I can't remember, like a tutti frutti one, and I was just like, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing?
Yeah, there's some odd flavors like mango, Pepsi Max. Can't get behind that.
Mango.
Mm.
Do you know what I can't get behind as a taste in general that they're putting in a lot of like sodas right now is guava, and I'm just like, it smells like burnt things.
Yeah, I'm not like guava isn't appealing to me really. Outside having juice like guava juice.
No, it smells like burnt things. I can tell if Harry has like, because Harry does like is it Rubicon fizzy ones, like the cans, and I can tell if he's got one open across the other side of the living room because it smells like burning fruit.
I think we'll do maybe 2 more sprints.
Yeah, that's good. I might get down one side of this blanket by then.
Maybe. Yeah, cake and dessert is my downfall. I can actually leave chocolate. Like I had a pack of chocolate buttons and a pack of mini eggs that went out of date in my house.
I'm a savoury gal. Like I cannot, if there's crisps in my house, I'ma eat them. Like I will eat them, but there's an entire chocolate cupboard in there and it's basically Harry's and I don't care about it.
Mm. I didn't know that they did different flavors of Iron Brew. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can try any of them when you come here, but outside of my house.
Cream soda sounds cool. Well, I like cream soda, but the thought of Iron Brew cream soda, I don't understand how those flavors go together.
I mean, I feel like Iron Brew cream soda is for the group of people who, if you ask them what Iron Brew tastes like, they say it tastes like bubble gum. I feel like that's no shade if you love it, but I feel like that's what that's for, and that's just not a thing. It's just wrong.
I don't think Iron Brew tastes like bubble gum. I couldn't tell you what it does taste like.
There was a campaign that they did not that long ago where they had like, does it taste like tutti frutti, or does it taste, or like fruit salad, or does it taste like, you know, like artificial fruit salad chews, or does it taste like bubblegum? And I'm like, it tastes like Iron Brew.
I would say of the two,
didn't have to have a
I would say of the two, it tastes more like fruit salad.
But yeah, like if I had to pick, but I'm like, what? It tastes like that. You wouldn't like look at strawberry and be like, what does strawberry taste like? It tastes like strawberry.
Yeah.
Like Iron Brew is a concoction of its own. It tastes like
what does it taste like though? Because Coke technically tastes like cinnamon. That's like one of the main flavor components of Coca-Cola. I
don't get that though when I drink Coke, because I actually hate cinnamon. Like I hate it. I will not thank you for it. And I love full fat, nasty, sugary, horrible, it's rotting my insides Coke is my like one thing that I do when I go on holiday. Every time I have one like full fat Coke, and then like it destroys me.
I will say, speaking of drinks that have to have sugar in, if I make a Black Russian, it has to have full fat Coke. Diet Coke does not cut it. It has to be proper Coke.
I can no longer drink any drinks that are mixed with soda in any way because my youth has absolutely destroyed me.
Oh, it's fruit juice to me. I can't drink cocktails that have lots of fruit juice in. It gives me like crippling bellyache. And it always has. Like I've never been able to drink like Sex on the Beach and things like that.
Vodka and orange, man. Oh. I also can't even smell Smirnoff anymore. Like I have a visceral reaction where I'm like, no.
I was reading this because people are disagreeing with the cinnamon taste, and I was like, this one says it tastes like vanilla, and I'm like, yeah, bitch, because it's vanilla flavored.
Yeah, I definitely don't. I mean, I'm sure that cinnamon is like a big component of its thing, but I don't get like the note of cinnamon because otherwise I wouldn't drink it.
Diet Coke tastes like dirty water, so that's probably why.
Harry had to switch for liver reasons to Diet Coke sugar and caffeine free.
Yeah.
And like occasionally, like he's addicted to Diet Coke, like he'll say that himself. but occasionally I'll have like a full fat Dr. Pepper. You can absolutely tell when he's had one because he comes in all like, I did a thing.
Diet Coke, I feel, tastes like you've got like a shot of normal Coke and then just filled it full of ice and then let it melt.
Yeah. But like scummy ice that's been in your like freezer for a long time.
And I noticed in the US they do have Coke Zero, but not really. They mainly have Diet Coke, so that was
But not really. They have it, but not really.
It's like if you go somewhere, they don't tend to have like, they don't always have Coke Zero on tap, but they always have Diet Coke. So
it's going to be a long time before I'm back in the States to abuse the privilege of all of the weird Cokes.
Frozen Coke's really good, but once again, only in the US and the UK, it's not good.
Frozen Coke?
Like a Coke
Excuse me,
slush.
what?
Like you can get the ice machines. If you go to Florida, you can get them from all of the theme parks, but you can get like all of the different flavors of Fanta, like in a slush.
No, the only thing that belongs in a slushie is the actual slushie, you know, like the branded slushie, raspberry and blue, whatever they are. And also, why is it gone from me?
Is it Tango Ice Plus?
Yes, thank you.
So that's what frozen Coke tastes like, but Coke.
No.
Yeah, no, you just And
also,
they taste shit without sugar.
I am awful though for giving myself brain freeze, and it's like, you know, when you like a little kid, you're teaching it to like blow on its food or whatever, and like, oh, it's burning, it's too hot, and then they do it again because like they're like, no, but I want to eat it. That's what I'm like with slushies. I'm like, but I want to drink it now. No.
There is, I can't remember what it is actually, but there is one specific drink that tastes like vanilla Smirnoff, and that I can't drink it because it tastes like uni.
It tastes like what?
Like uni. Like it tastes like I'm very drunk and I just can't. It's a very specific like vanilla flavor.
Yeah.
That was not a good time.
The smell of Smirnoff immediately makes me go, I'm going to see that again in a few hours and I don't want to. Okay, I like how we're having a conversation about alcohol like either of us drink very much at all ever.
Literally.
Like we're the closest to teetotal that I've ever met.
I think when I was in San Diego, I maybe had 2 cocktails. Oh, yeah. Wait, no, I had a cocktail and like 2 beers.
Occasionally I'll have cocktails, but very occasionally.
30 minutes.
Oh, we're getting shorter.
I know, it's rude, isn't it?
Getting shorter and doubles, so you can't force me to read Dark Age.
I am listing my books on Vinted now, though, because I do need to do that.
Nice.
I don't have very many. I've separated them all into piles, and I'm like, I'll just do a pile a day. I don't mind doing them. It's just I have other things that is kind of more important for me to do. So, because like I'm doing this now because of the 3 things that I have to do today, that one is the one thing that's productive but the most fun, but also needs doing the least. So that's why I'm doing that.
That is a total mood. Vinted is mad, by the way, because I like nothing that I put up there ever stays up for very long. I've got a couple up there right now, but it just whoosh.
Right. A lot of my stuff does sell really quickly. The stuff that I've put on recently does not sell. Like hasn't sold. Like I've sold 3 things of like 8 that I've put on.
Yeah.
But something that's just really stressing me out, like it's really bothering me now that this is still gone. So do you know when I put my first round of stuff on Vinted?
Yeah.
I put Children of Blood and Bone, the Waterstones paperback by Tommy Adeyemi on there for £2. It's still there. I reduced it to £1 like a month ago, and it's still there. Nobody will pay £1 for this book. And I'm like, it's the Waterstones special edition paperback of a book that everyone loves. They hate the sequels, but everyone loves book 1.
That's so weird.
And it's that specific book that's stressing me out. I've got other stuff on there that like I'm not that pressed about that it's still there. I'm like, if nobody wants it, I don't care. But that one, I'm like, it's £1.
You're like, what's wrong with you?
There's nothing else I can do. It can't be any cheaper than £1.
I have I've got one book on there that it's called Good Girls Don't Make History, and it's like a graphic novel like retelling of Black women mostly through American history, and it's the most beautiful graphic novel. It's just I'm not going to read it again, so there's no point in having it on my shelves.
Mm.
And it's been there, and I've reduced it, and I've reduced it, and I've reduced it, and it gets favorited like rampantly every day. And I'm like, just buy it. Just somebody take it. Somebody must want this.
I've got Wild and Wicked Things by Francesca May, the Goldsboro edition. I had it up for £10. I've reduced it to £8 and it's still on there. And I'm annoyed about this one specifically because when I DNF'd it, everyone was like, oh my God, I love that book. And I'm like, well, you clearly don't if I can't sell it for £8 on Vinted. Nobody likes this book.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
Lies. Yeah, I hate them clogging up my house, but it just sits there. Yeah, Steph, I've now got a box because I used to keep everything that I was unhauling before I got rid of it in my study.
Mm.
And I'm like, I can't deal with that anymore. So now I have a box in our spare room where the dogs sleep. And stuff just it gets listed and then it goes into the box. And when it sells, it comes out of the box and I never have to look at it.
I have a smaller pile of stuff that's on Vinted.
A small pile? That was not a small pile when I was in there.
Yeah, because most of it was stuff that I've only just filmed an unhaul for.
Oh, okay, fair. I was like, that was sex, lies, and videotape right there.
I had 9 books in that pile that were on Vinted, and the rest of them I've unhauled since I did my last unhaul. So 37 of them were ones that hadn't been unhauled yet.
Nice. Because I'm not gonna lie, I did have a little like nose through your unhaul to see what it was you were throwing out, and I was very amused to see all of the reverse harem in there.
Oh yeah. Right. 30 minutes. Let's listen to books. I'll see y'all soon.
Hello.
Hello
You
to
look,
Olivia.
hello, Olivia. Kind of look like you've lost the will to live.
I did. I got to, because I was reading and then I switched to something else. And in theory, I would love to just like switch activities, but then I just stared at my book for a long time. The insides of my book, like I was reading, but was I? I like came back into my body at some point and was like, where am I and what's happening?
I stared at the insides of my book.
I did. Yeah.
That's the most you phrase that you've ever phrased. I just stared at the inside of my book.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Oh, gosh. Oh! I love that. Oh my god.
What did you do?
I listened to stuff and I almost got to the end of this. I have this many left on this side and then I've actually rubbed a bit raw on my finger from doing like from doing the twist of the yarn over it. I'm just like
that's rough.
It's really sad for me. But yeah, I still don't know why the twist in my book has happened. Like I don't know. I know the bad thing, but I don't know why the bad thing or what we're doing about the bad thing, and I'm stressed.
Like, wait, like you're confused about the twist, or
no, I understand the twist, but I don't know. Okay, so how do I do this? One of the characters is causing a thing to happen, but I don't know why she's causing it to happen, how she's causing it to happen, or what we're going to do about it, and it's upsetting. Like, I'm not meant to be stressed at a book with this cover. What am I? No, I can't do it. It's not. I can't do it. Thanks.
I wish I could reach across your screen, but I can't. That would be great. I listed like 3 books for sale. And read 6 pages.
Did you list 3 books for sale and then give up?
No, that was just what I had left from the stack. So
I see. Okay. I was like, that sounded like you were like, I listed 3 books for sale and then my heart gave out.
So I had a stack of books that I was listing for sale, like normally no issue. I did those first. And then this stack of books was books that I was listing for sale that I had to think about a little bit more. So you're like, look how much they were worth.
Yes.
So I did that. And then I have a stack of books that were gifted to me, so I'll list them very cheaply. Like £1 paperback, £3 hardback or something.
Yeah.
And then I have like fancy special editions.
Fancy special editions.
Yeah, like
special editions.
So I'll deal with those another day. But
yeah, because like I with special editions, I like to look up what the unreasonable prices that everybody else is asking for them, and then sit with it for a little while and be like, what is actually reasonable? Hey boy. Hi. That was a quick in and out. Say hi to Becca.
Hi to Becca. Bye to Becca.
He literally is just in for a wee between lessons and he's back out again.
Has he already been in once today as well and back out again? Wow. Yeah. That's intense.
It's nice when they're local because then he doesn't need to go to like Asda or something to wee.
Yeah. I feel like I'm in the time in the afternoon where I'm losing the will to live as well, so it's just like no thoughts, head empty.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
Came back from that sprint and was like, I have nothing to say. Why am I here? To be fair, I didn't sleep very well last night either, so I'm just like, hello.
Have you seen my face? I didn't sleep. Have you? What the bags are bagging? I could pack my crochet in these eye bags. Seriously, I have never tried an Emily Henry. I unhauled the one and only one that I had, and I don't regret it because I know that there's like a massive Emily Henry like following and lots of people love her, but I personally have never spoken to somebody who's like a diehard Emily Henry fan. So
Emily Henry is very hit and miss for a lot of people. So some people like love the one that I don't like, which is People We Meet on Vacation. But then they love, I think, is it Book Lovers and Funny Story? And then if you hate those, then you'll like People We Meet on Vacation. So I've read People We Meet on Vacation. I didn't like it, and I have book lovers.
I love you, Sarah. Don't read Emily Henry Leanne. Even as a romance fan, I'm shocked by how popular she is.
You also don't read a lot of romance.
So. No, and again, I'm not going to tell anybody else but what they are until the video comes out, but I did try a chapter tag at Becca's from romance books, and the ones that I now actually want to read were not the ones that I thought were going to win, like, at all.
Bless Your Heart was good and stressful.
Yeah, it is very stressful. I'm just like, I need answers now, please and thank you.
I really thought they said been here 3 sprints and managed 1,200 pages, and I was shook. And I was like, yeah, and I just listed 3 books, read 6 pages.
Yeah, we just vibed. I made some tassels. Like, it was fine. Also, this weird thing that keeps coming in and out of focus is the cat in the windowsill. It's not like some sort of weird spectre behind me.
I was over there and I saw his tail go up this side of the screen, and I thought a shadow passed over my screen, and I was like,
what is happening? Yeah, no, he's a little sod. He got up on the blanket again, and then when I was pulling out yarn, he did a I was like, don't you dare. So Bless Your Heart, I would say it's horror light, and by that I don't mean like cozy happy light. I mean like it's low on the gore, but it definitely is horror. There are definitely some pretty gross scenes in there, and there's peril and suspense, so I would definitely count that as horror.
Wow, this is a very like ambivalent spectrum.
Damn.
Not adulting. One of the things that I did in that sprint, actually, I did do something else. It took me approximately 5 seconds, and I've been procrastinating on it for weeks, and it was I replied to 2 emails.
You know what, though? I don't know. Emails are a different thing, man, because I can have the most productive day ever and do all of the tasks I've been putting off, but I will still find a reason to procrastinate emails. I hate them.
Emails are the worst, and these were 2 sponsorship emails, so it was
legit. That's the pain of my existence.
I had to like negotiate with one of them. I was trying. They came before I went on holiday, and I was like, "How do I word this?" And I just couldn't be bothered thinking, so I didn't. So I fixed how I word it, and then because it took me a while to reply because I was on holiday, they've just been like, "Okay, so do you want your contract to start in August or September?" And now I have more things that I have to decide, and I'm like, I just don't. I can't make a decision right
just
now.
Just leave me alone. Stop asking me questions. Just tell me what to do, and then give me money.
Literally.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a job where we could have that happen, but yeah, like it's scary, but also like it feels, even though it's a generation of the same family, it kind of feels quite found family-ish. The youngest is in a high school, and she's sort of going through all the high school stuff while also trying to process the fact that there are dead bodies in her family mortuary that are sitting up.
It's funny because I just noticed that Chelsea was here, and I was like, I was going to say, Chelsea, how long have you been here? But now...
now Chelsea can just leave.
Leave.
Leave Chelsea.
100 wow, that is like, you made it a lot, man. That's really far.
Aww. I get quite sad when I'm reading like a long series and I decide to pack it in. Like, I felt that way about Rivers of London, and like I stand by all of the reasons why I was like, this series is now trash. But I got to like book 7 or something, and it was one of those ones where I pre-ordered every release and I was excited for it and stuff, and so not having that anymore was sad.
I feel like I haven't been that deep in a series for a while. I have actually just listed on Vinted. I listed all of my volumes of Rat Queens, and I was kind of sad about that actually, because the first 2 volumes, amazing, Volumes 3 to 5 still pretty good, and then the end it just like gets worse and worse like as you go. So I don't want to keep it, but like volume 1 was definitely 5 stars.
Yeah, I like, again, Rivers of London as an example. I think I've kept up to book 5, which is the end of the first like plot arc, and then I've got rid of like all of the novellas, all of the graphic novels, like everything that came with it, and I've just kept those because I will reread those. But it's depressing, man, when you get like emotionally invested in an actual series enough that you get past book 5 or whatever, and then you're just like, not for
How
me.
many books in that series? They're up to like 12 or something, aren't they?
In Rivers of London, I think it's like 9, and then I think the most recent one is 9, but there's like 3 or 4 novellas, and also the graphic novels, which, by the way, is the reason I don't know if I've ranted to you about this or not, but that's the reason why I stopped reading the series, because the most recent book came out, and I was reading it, and I was like, wait, what incident are they referencing? And they were fully referencing a case and like stuff that had happened. And I was like, I don't understand. And then I realized it happened in the graphic novels. So now the stuff that happens in the graphic novels is making its way into the books. And like, it pisses me off for a lot of reasons, but like, Harry has dyslexia and only listens to audiobooks. So now Harry won't know the full scope of what's going on. Like, he won't get the references because they're only in the graphic novels, which he doesn't read. Like, graphic novels should be an optional extra. That plus the fact that there was a relationship that progressed to another stage that I was just like, I do not care anymore for you.
Kaylin, my vintage should be linked in the description box with the rest of my links for like social media and stuff.
They're like, give me your special editions. All of your Reverse Harmon, all of your special editions.
All the books.
All the books that you should have skipped on your Goldspur subscription.
Look, I don't have many of those left. There's only 3. I did only keep like 4 of them though, so yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I still have that. Oh my god, I got an email last week that said I'm not allowed to skip anymore. They were like, you can't skip anymore from your subscription year, so you're supposed to have 3 or 4 skips a year. But I kept saying, didn't I? Like, I keep skipping and no one's stopping me.
Yes.
I got an email about it, and I was like, oh well, my subscription year must have started in like January. So now they're like, hi, like you need to stop. My subscription year ends in August.
Okay.
I was like torn between getting the August book, and I was like, well, I'll just get the August book then, because my new subscription year starts in September, and I can just start skipping again.
What is the August book?
The August book is an Eros and Psyche retelling. Okay. But I was worried about it because normally retellings skew literary, and I don't like literary fantasy. Like, that's why I don't read a lot of Greek retellings. Like, is it Jennifer Sin?
Yeah.
Like, I don't read that kind of stuff because it's too literary, and I'm just not as invested.
And also because it's the same, like, when you do a retelling, you're supposed to actually retell it as opposed to just tell it with nice flavory prose, which I think is what a lot of literary stuff does.
Yeah, that's like it's more of just like the same thing retold as opposed to like it being heavily influenced by
yes.
But this one did sound kind of interesting, and because they emailed me, I was like, well, cool, I'll have it. And then I was also torn about whether to get the Locked Library one, and I've decided to get that one as well because the cover is ugly. And I was like, okay, Locked Library going to do their own cover, but that doesn't mean it's going to look nice. Like,
yeah. What is the Locked Library one? Because I have cancelled. I'm gone.
It's, oh my god, what's it called?
I can't be doing with the amount of YA. Like,
it's an Indian-inspired adult fantasy, which is why I wanted it. But the cover looks like the cover of no, not a cover. The cover looks like a poster for Christianity that you would see either in the Doctors or a primary school in the early 2000s.
That is very specific, and I knew immediately what you meant.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
Tell me that you grew up working class like UK without telling me.
Where is it? I'm on the the Instagram that does it. Is it called like Autumn? The Autumn.
Yes. God bless that Instagram.
I feel like at one point this Instagram was actually like a regular Bookstagram, and now it's just spoilers. I was hoping someone in the comments had helped me out with the book, but I guess that's spoilers. So I'll go the hard way to remember what it's called. I don't know if it's called. Is it spoilers? No, I'm like, can I say it?
Put it in the private chat. Or what's that mean? You've got your phone in your hand.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm in the private now. This is what I think it's called. I haven't checked for sure. I'm still getting there.
Where's my mouse? Oh.
Like, I don't know how badly people care about spoilers, you know, so.
This is true. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, well, Yonna's just gone there and been like, this is what it's called, so.
oh, that's upsetting.
But it sounds really good, and it's published by Voyager, not Magpie, and it's an Indian-inspired fantasy. I'm sure it's
nice. I will let you sample it. I'm so burned by Locked Library though, like honestly. I have so much salt.
I do use that one for Instagram, but I typically use a website. It's only because they're faster. The Autumn Reads book apparently is faster that I go there. But I find it easier, like, if I personally am wanting to know what the August book is for Afterlight because I've forgotten, I'll go to the website I use, which is Eater of Stories, maybe? eaterofstories.com. And they have a section for book box spoilers because obviously that's easier to reference than scrolling through an Instagram.
Sorry, I got distracted by how overcast it got. There's literally no, like, sky left. It's just clouds.
It was like that this morning, but it's cleared out now here.
Damn, I can see blue sky way in the distance, but not for me.
I'm rolling for our final sprint.
Whoop whoop.
This is. I'm just typing that website. And then on the drop down, it says like book box stuff, spoilers, and then it's like 5 months. And then you just it has every book box, and you can just scroll through and find out what they are.
I like that a lot.
It's easier for me because normally I'm working out whether I'm skipping the books coming up, so I can just scroll through every box and see them instead of having to scroll through an Instagram. Hot damn. Hot diggity damn.
Did you just roll a double? Oh, you asshole. Okay, well, I used to like you.
That's the power.
That's violent, man.
Do I have to read my book because last time I stared into space, or do I have to prove nothing?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you want to do with your choices because now I have to read Dark Age. Like, you have a lot to answer for. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see that.
How long do you have left of Dark Age?
I have no freaking idea.
I mean, I know you've been reading like 3 pages a month for the last 7 years. But...
Pretty much, yeah. I'm over halfway. And I'm going to have to re-download the audiobooks. I don't know how many hours. I'll find out for you before I come back.
Cool. I am going to... It does, Raymond. It does mean we have to swap books. Don't you go asking me questions like this is your first time at this rodeo. I noticed how I said rodeo then as well.
Yeah,
Damn,
I hate you a little bit.
I hate myself, it's fine.
Like, it's fine, I also hate me.
If I proof this video now, I was like, if I proof this video now, then when we finish sprints, I won't have to do it. But then I do still need to make the thumbnail. Okay, but we can proof the video and then do something else because the video's over an hour. So it's going to take me longer than the sprint to do the video anyway.
Can you proof the video in the background while you do? Are you just listening to it through, or are you actually watch proofing it as well?
I'm watch proofing it as well. I will probably play Dreamlight Valley at the same time after I've done the beginnings of the, the set up the description box, and then I'll have to keep coming back to add like links to shops that I got prints from and stuff.
Yes, that's hateful. That is genuinely hateful. I hate that for you. That's almost as bad as Dark Age. Thank you.
It's a long ass vlog as well. I actually like my own vlogs, which is good because
I like my own vlog. What kind of shit if you didn't like your own content, girl?
Well, yeah, but some people just don't watch their own content because they can't watch their face for that long. Now I'm like, no, my vlogs are good.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind watching my face. I just don't want to have to listen to myself.
That's
like,
nice.
If I could watch me muted, I'd do it.
It's wrap ups for me. I hate watching back wrap ups because I'm like, shut the fuck up. Why are you still talking? Stop it. You don't have to swap books, guys.
You don't have to, but in the spirit of doing what I'm told, because I'm a rules person, I will read Dark Age.
I love how Olivia's here, like, that's so real. Like, yeah, I know, I saw your, well, I haven't watched your 2.5 hour vlog that you just posted because I just watched, I think, your first vlog from September last year. It's what I've just watched.
Oh my god, Becca, you hurt me, man. How are you so far behind?
Okay, well, shall we ask Miss Olivia while I'm so far behind? Because I watch, like, one YouTube video every 5 days, and when they're 2.5 hours, I love them, but that's why I'm so far behind.
You cannot blame Miss Olivia for serving us the goods. It is our fault that we are tardy to the party.
I'm trying to catch up. It's not happening. It's not.
Like, I'm trying to catch up, but unfortunately I am trash.
It's like I love like vlogs over an hour, like the longer the better. But then I watch videos in 15-minute installments, like when I'm putting makeup on or when I'm getting ready for bed or when I'm eating breakfast. So if it's a 2-hour long vlog, it takes me at least 4 days. So I'm watching like 2 videos a week.
I feel like this is another reason we should teach you to crochet, because then you'll be obsessed with doing something else with your hands, and then you will need something to... That's how we know you're part of our club, Olivia. Like, we are all certified gappers.
It's intense. Oh, I can't do this. Talking in the background.
I can't believe I only had like 13 pages left or whatever. That's real painful. It's all Becca's fault. Just so you guys know who to blame.
It is.
Becca.
2-hour long vlog is a feature film and Gavin is the king of feature films. Yeah. The problem with like Gavin's though is that you can't put them in the background to soothe you because you never know what's going to happen next. You have to be on your toes like constantly. You can't just chill.
That's because Gavin never knows what's going to happen next.
Like, I don't know, if he's got like a 15-minute talking segment, he might just break it up with a musical number just to make sure that you're still awake. Good times though. Anyway, on that note, let's crack on with this final sprint, which has a special treat to you all. Is going to be 1 whole hour.
Deep joy.
Enjoy.
Love you, bye.
Hello.
Hello.
How did you do?
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, have you got to the really bad part now?
No, I don't think so. I mean, no, I don't think so. I will tell you where I am.
Don't you start. Proper glaring at me.
Oh, is your mummy daring to speak?
It's like my Auntie Leanne.
Disgusting, baby. Oh, puppy.
Where?
Oh, they woke you up. Oh. Auntie Leanne's still got a nice bruise on her thigh from where you kicked her real hard when she woke you up.
You probably did that.
We're both still covered in brie bruises. Harry's got 2 actual stamp marks where you can see the round bit of her paw on his belly. It's hilarious. Right, so I did from page 363 to 411. There is one character who I swear to God, if they don't die soon, I'm going to be real sad.
I feel like I know who that's going to be, but there's more than one kind of villain. There's like a villain, and then there's like a ton of other terrible people. So.
Okay, so they are not a traditional villain. I just hate their guts.
Okay. So it's not the main villain.
No, and I'm completely over their existence. And need them to go away now. I have had enough. It just needs to stop.
Rudeness.
Oh, that's not very nice.
I proofed some of my vlog.
And there was one point where I was like, oh, she's playing Stardew Valley, so she's listening to her vlog. And then there was another point where I looked up and you were just sitting there like that. And I was like, she's back on holiday, but only in her head.
There was a bit where I started laughing because sometimes I don't do this in every vlog, but sometimes if I feel like something needs a little bit more context, I put like just a little bit of text on the screen in like a typewriter font. And when I go to gigs or for this, because it's Comic-Con or when I'm on holiday, like I put, if we're eating somewhere and I don't mention it verbally, I'll put like Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah.
So for Comic-Con, I put like The Boys, The Walking Dead. I also put the end of the Sponge Bag panel. And I'm like, do I change that or do I just leave SpongeBob in there?
I like it. I like it a lot. No, I say leave it.
900 bucks for a clicker. Oh my god. This one. Sorry. I clicked off while you were looking down.
Oh. Ouch. That is a lot. I was looking down so I could show you this. We are tasseled. Those are not. That's not a thing. Go away from me. Right. We're officially actually tasseled on one side. I really want to burn this blanket now. I never want to look at it again.
So did you notice that the blanket matches your shirt?
Oh, so it does.
Nice.
My vibe. Yeah, right. But I want it to be gone now, but I have a whole other side to do at some other point. No.
Why don't you make her do it herself so that she appreciates it more?
Now I know what kind of gift giver you are. Yeah, I'm not talking to you either because somebody left me a gigantic hairball during that sprint.
What is it with all of your animals today?
No idea. They've all just picked today. Just today. But that, at least I know what that one was. That one was just genuinely a hairball. I have no idea what's up with pads.
Maybe it's you actually, because Hamilton was sick when I was gone and he's not normally sick ever. You should make everybody throw up.
Yeah, it's me. It's what it is that I like. It's my
sparkling personality.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like poison ivy when you're around her for too long and the like just the
oh
fumes. Yeah, but my sparkling personality will go with that as well. Love you, pal. Oh, also, speaking of, remember you were saying that you're obsessed with like chocolate covered nuts right now. I found these in the supermarket and they're just roasted nuts.
Okay.
They're cashews, almonds, walnuts, I think that's it. And like they're roasted nuts, okay? But like they're really, really good. Like really good.
I'll say it again. Your girl loves nuts. Also, a while back, do you know, because like loads of people have merch now. I was like, I want merch, but I have nothing to put on merch. And then when I was proofing this vlog again, like every single vlog, I'm just like, your girl loves nuts. So I'm gonna make a sweatshirt that says your girl loves nuts, and Leanne, you better buy the first one.
Wow. That would be an interesting rep, but I'll do it for you.
I do love me a good nut. My other thing that I do like to say that always makes me think when I say it is that every single time in a book and I say it and my brain kind of catches up as I'm saying it is I do love a good ball scene. And like
I think my two, if I was gonna do merch, I would have opinions live here. And then I would have look. But I would have to find some way to emphasize it so we got it in the proper Scottish accent, like, oh look. Oh no.
Cats don't deserve rights, huh?
Oh, that makes me really angry.
Although mine's been alright recently. He actually, I don't know what you've done to him, but he's not been crying in the morning and waking me up. The day that we had jet lag, we slept until 2 o'clock and neither of them said anything about it.
Oh, well, I mean, she was knackered because we did nothing but play with her constantly. Like, every night that we were there was a point where she got off the couch, turned around and looked over her shoulder at us, and then took herself to bed. Like, every night. So, like, she was knackered, but Hamilton's got no excuse.
No.
Maybe it's because, though, he got into the habit of, instead of screaming in my face, he just jumped up on my stomach with all of his 4 stabby elbow paws. Like, I swear to God, that cat is made of elbows. And then just threw himself about on me for a little while. So maybe it's because he can't cuddle.
But I have no idea where he is.
Guarantee you what will get him back in the back door, though.
Dreamies. I don't know, though, because, like, I sent you that picture where I had the dreamies and he was just looking at me like, I'm what?
See, he ran down the garden for me. It's because he knew that
his way to Scotland for you.
I have to say, though, like, Harry absolutely spoiled him with attention because he fell completely in love with him. So
it is easy to start with him. He just lives to hurt me.
I have to admit, the difference in him between, like, Harry would just appear in the doorway and he would be like, oh, I'm coming for the cuddles, I'm coming, and he would just appear in the kitchen, versus, like, you walked in, he sat on the island and you went, what are you doing on the island, you dick, get off. The difference in the level of interaction was pretty extreme.
It's just his attitude, man. Like, he knows he's being a dick. That's what it is. Like, when she does something bad, she's being cheeky. Like, she's not doing it to offend me. He is doing things to offend me. Like, he has offended Aaron.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna. Yeah, I'm not defending him because he really does.
Since you left, he hasn't been on the island. He hasn't taken any food. I roasted chicken and I left it on top of the. It's in a bag, but we know he chews through bags. Yeah. So I left it in a bag on top of the cooker, and he's not.
What a shit bag! Honestly, I will never get over hearing a crinkle and going into the kitchen and discovering that. So for everybody else who doesn't know any of this story, we went to a little local bakery and we got like a pie and a fruit pie and like a few of other things. And Harry got one of these like little tarts that come in like the little short crust bases, and he hates crusts, so he pulled all the crusts off and he put them into like his bit of napkin and he ate his pie, and I don't know what he did with the thing. And so I heard a crinkling noise and I was like, what is that? Walks into the kitchen and there's Hamilton having deconstructed this napkin, to get into the crusts that were left in it. And he fully saw me, like he fully made eye contact with me and went, and then ran. It's just like,
didn't he also eat around the edge of a fruit pie through
yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got a picture of that. Hold on.
But the problem is, okay, just for context for everybody here, he gets fed.
He
gets
does.
fed enough. We had to cut back his food a little bit because he was he gained too much weight. But his weight is stable. Like, he is eating enough, and he behaves like a cat that has never eaten in his life.
Seriously, I have never in my life met a more food motivated cat than him.
Like, if it's around dinner time and you go into the kitchen, he will start tripping you up to make you feed.
Ate through the bag and then ate all of the crust on one side of the pie. And then Harry just walked through like.
When you've got his food pouch as well, he runs to his food bowl with such vigor that he's splattered against the countertop many times because he's missed the jump.
Yeah. Like, but also he does weave. He does like leg weaves when you're trying to feed him. Whereas like in the morning, she's adorable because I would always feed him first just to get him out of my way. And while I was doing that, she knew she wasn't allowed to put her paws on the counter, and that made me demon voice. So instead of that, she was just like bunny hopping at the side of the counter.
Like, if she can balance, she does like dinosaur and where she just like rocks backwards and forwards.
Cute. She's so cute.
But she actually has learned food time from him. So you could forget to feed her and she wouldn't have a clue that she was supposed to be fed. And now she's learned it from him. So she hops up and down when he gets his lunchtime food, even though she doesn't get anything, just because she's excited for him getting food.
I usually gave her like a couple of she did dreamy kicks. I gave her a couple of like training treats, but she had to work for them at lunchtime. But she's working for them. Like, she's real smart. You could do like agility or anything with her. She's real smart. Oh,
she's dreaming. I don't know if she can stay awake for agility.
She's quite like a vigorous dreamer as well. Like, she gets really into those dreams. Like, whatever's happening, if it's a rabbit or whatever, then he'll mend it because she's having it.
Did she do the nipple thing for you as well? When she gets really deep into sleep, she starts sucking on invisible nipples.
Oh no.
She has milk.
But then, I mean, Harry might have noticed it, but she was mostly cuddled up to Harry. Like, she glued herself to Harry every night. There's just him dreaming like that.
You just run to make people sick.
Yeah, that's what it is. I made her work for her food, and I made everybody ill. That's what happened.
Yeah. And on that note, these spreads be here anymore.
Yeah, on that note, subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Over at Literary Diversions, not Novel Menagerie, which is what I always want to say.
Yeah, no, that's the shop, which is currently closed.
That was you can find us both over on Patreon if you want regular sprints, and you are doing, I'm not sure who's doing the next Battleathon sprints, but I know you're doing some on Sunday, right?
I am indeed. Yes,
okay,
I don't know what time because we're still debating over it, but I'll be here on Sunday.
Okay. And aside from that, guys, I hope you have an amazing rest of your day, and I'll see you all soon.
Bye. Bye.